Good afternoon. 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 Welcome to the Science for Climate Action Pavilion. This is the second day of IPCC events. We have the entire afternoon dedicated to the science and the processes of the IPCC. And basically, we will have a two-part event. In the first part, you will hear from the Vice Chair, Diana Urge-Vorsets, sitting to my right, from the co-chair of the Working Group 1, Robert Votard, who is with us online. Good afternoon, Robert. And we have also Bart van der Heuk, the co-chair of the Working Group 2, Malak Al-Nouri, the Vice Chair of the Working Group 3, and the TFI Bureau member, Maria Jose Sanz. Welcome. And we also have Giacomo, who will be alternating with Maria Jose. So that is our panel for the first part. Then once we go through all of the subjects of the scientific content of the 7th assessment cycle, and we go through your questions, we will take a break. And in the second part, we will focus on the work of the Secretariat and the processes of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. So we have exciting speakers, both in the first and the second part. And I hope that the next 3 hours will be sufficient to cover all of the interests. But as I said, there will be a break at certain points so that we can also exchange the panel at that time. We will also have a video, and we will start with that, the video from the IPCC chair with the message about the 7th assessment cycle. So over to Jim.
Reports planned altogether. First, there is a special report on climate change in cities under the joint scientific leadership of all three working groups, but managed by Working Group 2. And this is currently out for expert review, and the third lead authors meeting will take place in Oslo in January, and is due for completion in early 2027. The Task Force on National Greenhouse Gas Inventories is working on two methodology reports. That is, reports that provide guidance to countries reporting their emissions and removals of greenhouse gases to the UNFCCC. One is on short-lived climate forcers, that is, pollutants that have implications for global warming, including nitrogen oxides, carbon monoxide, non-methane volatile organic compounds, and sulfur dioxide. And work on this report is already underway. And the other methodology report is on carbon dioxide removal technologies, carbon capture, utilization, and storage. And the scope of this report was decided only 2 weeks ago at our 63rd plenary in Lima, Peru. And both methodology reports are due for completion in late 2027. Now, the scope of the 3 traditional working group reports has been agreed and authors have been selected. And the first ever joint lead author meeting of the 3 working groups will take place in Paris in the first week of December. The reports will start to appear in mid-2028, although the precise timetable has yet to be agreed. And the synthesis report, for which I, as chair, bear responsibility, is due to be completed by late 2029. And a scientific scoping meeting will take place once the working group reports are well underway. And the proposed scope of the synthesis report will then need to be agreed by governments. Finally, somewhat in contrast to the 6th cycle, when we were overwhelmed by 3 special reports, we planned quite a few expert meetings and workshops, some co-sponsored by other organisations, to provide the scientific foundations for the coming assessment. And these include 2 co-located workshops on engaging diverse knowledge systems, such as Indigenous knowledge and practitioner knowledge, and methods of assessment, including the use of artificial intelligence. An expert meeting on methodologies, metrics, and indicators for assessing climate change impacts and adaptation. An expert meeting co-sponsored with the World Climate Research Programme on Earth system high-impact events, tipping points, and their consequences. An expert meeting co-sponsored with the Wellcome Trust on climate change and health. And an expert meeting co-sponsored with the UN Food and Agricultural Organization, exploring the interactions between agriculture, food systems, food security, and climate change. And in addition, an expert meeting on gender, diversity, equality, and inclusivity has already been held in September this year. And expert meetings, I should say, are also an intrinsic part of the Task Force on Inventory's way of working. So to conclude, we have a very busy few months and indeed few years ahead, and we will be hearing more details about that from my colleagues. And with that, I will pass the floor back to the moderator. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you very much to the chair for these broad strokes about the 7th assessment cycle. We will now dive deeper into the content and the substance of our work. One of the chair spoke about the expert meetings, and one of the expert meetings we held recently, this was in September, is the expert meeting on gender, diversity, equity, and inclusivity. And we are privileged and lucky to have with us Diana Rutger-Vossets, who has been chairing the Scientific Steering Committee. And on that note, I pass the microphone to you, Diana, for a presentation on IPCC and gender, inclusivity, equity, and diversity.
Thank you very much, Andre, and thank you. And if I could have the presentation on the screen, thank you. So thank you very much for being able to be part of this panel. I will talk a little bit broader than just the expert meeting. I would like to talk in general about our efforts about gender, diversity, equity, and inclusivity activities in the 7th assessment cycle, as led by myself, who is the IPCC Vice Chair, who has been tasked with leading the Gender Action Team. So a lot of the activities come through that, but in general, we oversee many of the different things, but the different working groups and the TFI are also going to mention about their activities. Already at the first plenary of our cycle, and in fact, already after the inauguration of our chair, it was emphasized that in this particular cycle, we will place a special emphasis on inclusivity, gender, diversity, equity. So that's has already been reiterated by the chair. So let's see a little bit more in detail. Next slide, please, on what kind of activities we are doing, especially under the Gender Action Team as well as the expert meeting. So I will talk about these 5 different things. The expert meeting, also to efforts to mainstream gender and diversity into IPCC processes, the training on DEI, also our complaints mechanism. And finally, I will show you some gender statistics, which I think are quite encouraging. So next slide, please. So as mentioned, we held an expert meeting on gender diversity, equity, and inclusivity in September 23 to 25 in Geneva. And we had the generous co-funding by Canada, as already mentioned by the chair, that we are really privileged to have several co-sponsors for our different expert meeting and workshops. So I know that you are very eager to read the report. It's not ready yet. We are still working on that because we also want to be very inclusive with that report and work together with our participants. It is going to be available at the 64th session of the panel in spring 2026, and it will be available on the IPCC website once released. We were very fortunate to have over 100 participants. 84 were present physically and 30 online. And that it was actually really quite important because that was one of our testing grounds on how we can meet, how we can organize an expert meeting on expert workshop, which is quite interactive. We had a lot of interactive elements in the program in an inclusive basis to still equally engage the online participants, which is always a challenge, particularly for the IPCC, since we are so international that managing the different time zones is always challenging, especially for the participants. But we had a lot of successes and the online participants were very positive. Also, we have certainly lessons for future, even more effective organization of hybrid events. So out of these participants, 65 were selected experts from suggestions from both the Scientific Steering Committee as well as the Bureau. And we thank many members who, many of you have provided suggestions. We had also additional participants from the Scientific Steering Committee, as well as many United Nations agencies, because we wanted to tap into their best practices, as well as the chair was with us for the full duration, which was really shows the commitment of the chair in this cycle to inclusivity, as well as a lot of the staff of the Secretariat, as well as technical support units were present as well. Next slide, please. So we had a very diverse set of participants, not only in terms of the countries, regions, which I will show in the next slide, but we drew from 5 different types of participant pools, because even though it's a lot of participants, but ultimately it's very, very small as compared to the interest. So it's always very difficult how to make sure that we are representative, but at the same time, still optimizing on resources and still having a meeting which can be based on a lot of concrete engagements, so also that requires a small meeting. So we had invited experts on GDI, gender diversity, equity, and inclusivity, who are not involved with the IPCC, who can give us some external vision of how that can be implemented well in an organization. But we also had the IPCC GDI analysts, meaning a lot of authors actually published scientific literature in the peer-reviewed domain exactly on research related to IPCC and intersectionality with gender, diversity, inclusivity, and equity. And we invited basically all those authors. Also, well, not all of them could come, but many of them joined. We also included panel members representing all IPCC regions, as well as selected IPCC participants, so former or present bureau members, authors, coordinating the authors, TSU members. So all of them who are really shaping at the end of the day how inclusive and diverse we are. And finally, as I mentioned, UN organizations and IPBES who can help us with best practices, how we can actually do even better, and how can we learn from others. So just a few words on how we selected. We considered, of course, always regional balance, including intra-regional balance, gender balance, and expertise in these particular issues, which is on the screen. Next slide, please. And in this one, you will see how that, yes, we are always very conscious of a geographic balance. And we are, I think we have achieved a very balanced participant pool. And in the next slide, please, unfortunately, you will see that our gender balance we weren't as successful in gender balance, but this time it's the opposite direction. So we had not significantly more, but more females than males. But we did put a large emphasis on trying to correct this balance in our selection processes. But parity is not always possible, but we are definitely making a strong effort at that, and that's what is important. So next slide, please. Let's highlight some of the topics which were discussed. And I won't get into details, but I think these are really quite, showing the depth and the breadth of the expert meeting. So first of all, we try to define together, actually, how we understand gender, diversity, equity, and inclusivity separately in general, and then in the IPCC context, which is not all that trivial. And then let me jump into what we discussed on inclusivity. So first of all, we had excellent scientists related to the topic, for example, neuroscientists, and we discussed why in the end we end up excluding people, how we end up with implicit biases, what about our social brains? How does that influence how IPCC meetings in the end are running and how people may feel excluded potentially? Also, what are the interpersonal and also organizational intervention points? Where we can improve further? IPCC has already come very long way, but how we can improve further? Also, how to create inclusive, psychologically safe, and culturally aware environments. This is really crucial in order for people to really be able to contribute equally. And I think the meeting was also a test bed a little bit for this. And in the evaluations, we did find that people really felt very safe and aware and inclusive, the meeting itself. So we already have a lot of best practices to share. In terms of diversity and equity, we focused, for example, on indigenous peoples, how we can involve and engage them more. But at the same time, we also asked the participants, which are the other groups who are traditionally not as sufficiently represented in IPCC. So just some of them which came out is that we need to have more emphasis as how to engage equitably disabled IPCC participants. Also, we discussed a lot intra-regional balance. That is one of the important highlights of the focus of this cycle, as also the chair often emphasizes. But also we discussed global north, global south balance, that ultimately about 7:1, that's the ratio of the population of these two regions, whereas the participation and the contributions are far from this proportion. Also, how we can increase disciplinary and epistemic diversity, which really has an important influence also on the ultimate product, and in the end, the buy-in and the acceptability and usability and actionability of our products. Also, how to create conditions in IPCC for increased inclusivity and equity. And this is clearly very multidimensional and multifaceted, so that will be very complex. And here we are not stopping at the end of this, the expert meeting, but we are going to have hopefully processes that will follow on. Also, how these all can pen down in the author participant selection issues. So not only authors, but we are still selecting participants also for future scoping and expert meetings and expert workshops. In terms of gender, all of these were discussed, but also some best practices from other United Nations organizations and assessments. For example, GEO shared their experiences. Next slide, please. So we will have a report, and they will be divided into bigger parts. First, just summary of the meeting discussions on first shared vision for inclusion. Also, how we can, what we call expanding the tent. So how we can welcome new groups into the IPCC processes who are crucial for in the end for the quality and robustness of our reports. Also, how actions to improve diversity and equity. And we will have another section where we divide our recommendations for actual groups of the IPCC, sub-communities of the IPCC who can make them happen. So GAT stands for the Gender Action Team, which I have the privilege of chairing. Also the panel, clearly many aspects of the panel has a most important leverage, but also focal points for nominations and for many other things. Really, we depend strongly on focal points. Also, the Bureau can do a lot. The technical support units, the secretariat is crucial also for the organization of meetings and many other aspects. Authors are pivotal for, in the end, how this all happens and is translated into our products, but also how we can run meetings, which are providing this more safe space for our participants. And we will have a special two-pager, which will be ready before or already our meeting, the panel meeting, so that we can already implement the recommendations for the next lead author meeting. We will also have cross-cutting recommendations, which I mentioned. Meeting organization will be ready sooner, but also how we can run hybrid events even better so that they are really genuinely inclusive. And we will just start the discussion on metrics and targets. In this space, there is a lot of discussion of how we can measure things. We also will need to measure better our GDI performance and how we can improve on that. But of course, this is a very complex discussion, so that discussion will have to continue well after the meeting. Next slide, please. So, as I said, the expert meeting was really very successful, and there were many references to it also in our last panel meeting 2 weeks ago. So we are really pleased with that, and thank you for all your contributions. Many of you contributed to that. So let me just highlight a few other processes which are also with my participation, GAT participation, and the working groups will follow on. But so which efforts we have to mainstream gender as well as its intersectionalities to IPCC processes. So the Gender Action Team decided to review both gender and other intersectionality statistics at key stages of author and expert selections. And this was already started before our last Bureau meeting. And here I really want to acknowledge the very constructive collaboration of the working groups and especially the co-chairs, because it was quite a short time frame and they were all very cooperative to do that. So next slide, please. So what we have already done, and we will do also further to enhance the inclusivity, because clearly author and expert selection is one of the vital processes, especially for ensuring diversity and also gender. So the selection process is pivotal for making that happen. So in a dedicated meeting, the GAT proposed recommendations for working group bureaus and the TFI and selection committees for expert meetings and workshops, how to embed diversity, inclusivity, and equity in all of our different selection processes. And the working group bureaus were asked to provide broader diversity data as well as gender data at different stages of the selection process. And as I mentioned, we are really very thankful to the co-chairs and the bureaus because they have provided the GAT with these statistics. And also they welcomed our feedback in the last stage of the selection, and they have implemented our recommendations, or many of them, which they found relevant and possible to implement to improve these statistics. Next slide, please. So you will see some of the statistics which already show the impact of their really very cooperative spirit. But in addition to that, we have been having already different types of trainings, which have been already very successful. However, in addition, we are going to have regular trainings on diversity, equity, and inclusion. And we are very happy to say that the wrong procurement process has finished and we have a contractor selected. And I don't want to be the one to blow the thunders, so to steal the thunder. So I won't announce who won the selection process, but it was a very rigorous process. And we are very eager to work together with the contractor who is probably already going to provide input to the leader for meeting one of the working groups. We also have been advancing the process of dealing with complaints. That's a very important process. We had a code of conduct in place, and the GATT is working on the implementation mechanism. Now, where everything else has been worked out very well, now we are working on the informal aspect, so that even we can even prevent many of the issues from getting to a complaints phase. And of course, that's the most ideal, that things are resolved even before that. And we have a lot of traditions in that, because already in previous cycles, the working groups have been very active on working on that. So we want to tap into that wisdom and experience and success stories, how they have been implementing that in the previous cycles. Okay, so next slide, please. Because my final part of my intervention, I just want to show you a couple of statistics, and they are actually quite enlightening. If you want to find more details, because I won't have time and I don't want to also bore you too much with a lot of detailed statistics, but if you want to find the actual, this document, that if you look at the documentation of the 63rd session of the panel for the GATT report, there we have all these different statistics and figures. So let me jump into that. So we are really quite happy to show that panel meetings are actually improving in terms of gender balance. Of course, they are varying, but altogether they are improving. And you will see that there is quite good trends in that direction, even though there are still more males, but the trend is good. Nevertheless, when we come to heads of delegations, there the balance is not as ideal. So hopefully in the future we will have more female heads of delegations as well, which has often been the case, not only in this, but in many other processes. But we are very happy to share our first best practice, and I will show that first time in IPCC history, one of our reports has more female authors than male authors. We are very proud of that. It's the special report on cities. And also we have areas for improvement, especially in topics which are more technical, which are traditionally dominated by more male scientists, such as the methodology report on anyway, the short-lived climate forcers report. And here, this is where I would like to ask all of you to help us make sure that the next and final selection process on the methodology report for carbon capture and storage methodology report and CDR methodology report, which is also a very technical subject. But if we want to improve the gender statistics, we do need more balanced nominations from all regions. So please spread the word. The nominations are currently open. Make sure that we have a lot of female, highly qualified female nominations as well from all regions, because some regions have, as you see in the next few slides, some regions have been better at this, but other regions have often more problems selecting female authors. So with that, finally, very important. So from the 7th assessment report, we selected 664 authors. And it's quite I think I can be very proud to say that 46% of those are female. Of course, there is a bit difference in the working groups, and it's absolutely amazing that working group 2 has also close to 52% females. Next slide, please, to actually see the statistics. So first, the statistics, gender statistics on the plenaries. In the top, you see the three last plenaries and total government delegates. You see that, yes, there are still more males, but at the same time, the general trend is definitely towards more parity, which is very, very welcome. However, if you see the same broken down by region, the 6 IPCC regions, you really do see issues in some regions, especially regions 1 or 2, but we don't want to point out any because it's in general a problem for the long term to improve, but definitely we need all regions to pay attention to gender balance. Next slide, please. So here is, I think, just a summary so that you see it's easier than the lots of bars. You see that in terms of when we look at the heads of delegations, including the alternate heads of delegations, when we include them, in fact, there the females are more in the minority. So hopefully that is also going to be improving with the times, because we do see movement from many countries to trust also women with these really important leadership roles. Next slide, please. So with regard to the scoping meetings, we are really very balanced often. Especially in the special report on climate change and cities, but also the working group contributions, we are close to gender parity. And we have never said what is exactly our target. So I think we can be very proud of these. Next slide, please. So if we go, however, if we do go into the regional breakdown, we do see again that there are improvements to be made, not only one direction, but in both directions. Actually, some regions have been much, including in scoping meetings, much more females than males. That's also, it's still better to have always a balanced perspective. So every region is welcome to work further on their regional balances. But again, the key to that is really balanced set of nominations. So we really ask for your collaboration with that. So my very final slide is the authors balances by region. So gender balance of authors by region by our 2 reports, which is the special report on climate change in cities, as well as the method report on short-lived climate forcers. And again, cities are really welcome that we have a very good gender balance. But again, if you look at by region, it's a little bit less balanced. And with regard to the methodology report, we see that actually 3 out of the 3 out of the 6 regions are very balanced, even there, despite it's a technical subject. But there are a few regions where the male authors still dominates. Again, there we hopefully will receive more balanced nominations so that also those can be more balanced. So all in all, I think we can really be very proud that in this cycle, IPCC is walking the talk, and there is a wide diversity of different actions to improve inclusivity, gender, diversity and equity. And we are very grateful for any further advice and guidance also from you, because we have received a lot from you, all of our constituencies, audiences, and readers ultimately. And we very much welcome further ideas, and you will hear further topics on this from the next presentations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Diana. We will continue immediately with Working Group 1 co-chair, Robert Rotard, who is with us online.
Yeah, thanks. Thank you, André. Can you hear me well?
Yes, we can hear you extremely well.
Fantastic. So I also have a slideshow. So I'm waiting for the slides to be projected, please.
The slides are on.
Thanks a lot. So, dear participants, first let me express my apologies for not being with you in Belém today. I just want to share a few elements about the program of work of Working Group 1 and the outline of the Working Group 1 report. So next slide, please. So the Working Group 1 report has been agreed by the IPCC panel in Hangzhou with a number of ambitions. The first one is to have a comprehensive report that will take stock of the incredible amount of science that has been produced in the last few years. The second one is not to produce an academic-only report, but also to bring authoritative elements that can be useful for many policymakers and also many other audiences. For this, the report structure is by design question-driven. What are the current trends? What is the Earth system response to various scenarios? How are climate features changing in the different regions of the world? What would they look like in a stabilization or overshoot scenarios? What do we know about potential nonlinear behaviors or abrupt changes? These are some of the questions, but many others also. The report also needs to be inclusive in many ways for the uptake to be maximal, inclusive in author participation, literature assessed, etc. The topics must also, of course, be relevant to policy, but at the same time, policy neutral. So for this, the outline has a specific structure. Next one, please. So the outline includes 10 chapters. Its design follows a logical flow from the assessment of the sources of knowledge in chapter 1 to the use of climate information in chapter 10. It has been designed for the readers to easily locate information and for easy navigation. It presents information by broad types of questions, as said earlier, with integrated knowledge. So beyond, in a nutshell, beyond chapter 1, which provides the context and framing, the storyline is developed in 3 major parts, basically where we are, where we go, and what can be done. The first block of chapters, 2, 3, and 4, is describing the current status and trends in the Earth system. That includes, in particular, Earth system components, emissions, atmospheric compositions, etc. A second block of chapters, 5, 6, 7, 8, describes potential futures of the Earth system. And a third block, chapter 9 and 10, and the interactive atlas, describe climate information for responses, both for adaptation and mitigation. Working Group 1 is not mandated to describe adaptation and mitigation options, but it can describe the climate information that is available for these options. Next one, please. So for the assessment of climate change at global scale, Chapter 5 focuses on temperature response, energy balance, biogeochemical cycles based on emission scenarios, and cover key metrics of climate sensitivity and indicators. Then 2 parallel chapters, 2 and 6, with clearly separated remits, past for chapter 2 and future in chapter 6, allow 2 teams to have a complete topical coverage of global trends and trends at hemispheric, continental, or basin scales. Next one, please. For the assessment of regional climate change, sorry, it's the previous one, please. No, the previous one, previous, if possible. Is it possible to go backward? Yeah, previous one once more, if possible. Previous one. Yeah, there could be some delay. Yeah, this is good. Thank you very much. So for the assessment of regional climate changes, two parallel chapters, 3 and 7, with clearly separated remits also, past and future, allow two teams leaving the possibility of an overall complete regional coverage in authorship and expertises. One chapter, chapter 10, is dedicated to the assessment of the use of climate information and climate services across regions and sectors for capacity building in particular. It will also assess disparities in the access of such information. Next one, please. Thank you. We also have two focus topics which are to be assessed in chapter 8 and 9 with relations, that is overshoot and tipping points, potentially, strong interdisciplinary interaction needs, both global and regional implications to be covered. These are really two focus topics which are innovative as chapters. Next one, please. Finally, chapter 4 integrates detailed processes and support all other chapters with more detailed information on those processes, while other chapters mostly focus on describing trends with less detailed information on mechanisms. Chapter 4 is therefore designed for an audience seeking a deeper understanding of the process knowledge. Next one, please. Thank you. So the outline is also designed to easily link with the assessment of other working groups. At the scoping, scientists have identified a number of interdisciplinary topics, among which, for instance, biodiversity ecosystems, equity and justice, health and well-being, information for losses and damages, overshoot, risk assessment, approaches and regionalizations, scenarios, solar radiation modification, tipping points and large-scale singular events, technical guidelines for impacts and impact assessment and adaptation. Sorry. So these topics are some of the topics identified, those for which Working Group 1 should be involved in different degrees, but very important topics, and the chapters are clearly identified. Next one, please. So the 193 authors of Working Group 1 have been selected a few months ago, and their gender and regional balances are improved relative to previous cycles. For instance, as it was said, we have 43% of female authors, and also 46% of developing countries and economies in transitions. This is an improvement with respect to previous cycles, but this is not perfect. We absolutely recognize that. We are currently setting up several meetings with the authors to prepare the first lead author meeting in a very efficient way, and I must say there is a clear eagerness to start, and people are really waiting for this to come. Next one, please. Finally, Working Group 1 is now preparing for two very important events that will take place before the end of the year. The first, in November, is a co-sponsored workshop on the Earth system high-impact events, tipping points and their consequences, led by WCRP, the World Climate Research Program. Its objectives are to help framing some concepts that will be used in the reports in particular, but it's also designed for the broader community of the WCRP in general. The second meeting in early December is the joint lead author meeting gathering all AR7 authors. The joint nature of this meeting is really an innovation of the 7th cycle, and we designed it to foster interdisciplinarity and connections between working groups. Those two back-to-back events are graciously hosted by the French government. We are therefore very thankful to the French government for this. We would like also to thank our supporting teams, the technical support unit of Working Group 1 and whose staff are currently working countless on the preparation of these meetings. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Robert. This is much appreciated, especially given the time difference. And I hope you can stay with us for as long as you can, obviously for the Q&A as well. But if you have to drop out, just to mention, we also have the Working Group 1 Vice Chair here with us, Aida Diong sitting here in the front row. On that note, I will pass the microphone to Bart for the presentation of the Working Group 2 outline.
Thank you, Andrew. So that's quite a cacophonic audience here. I hope it's really admirable that you are apparently picking up some of the messages coming from this stage and not from that stage. It's remarkable how our brains actually work. I'm going to show a bit on the Working Group 2, vulnerability impacts adaptation. We had a special side event earlier today where we made quite a detailed. I tried to give you a very snapshotty impression of where we are. Maybe on the next slide. We are operating in parallel the cities report and the assessment report. The cities report is a cross working group adventure, but we as Working Group 2 are leading the operations. So our support unit is quite trying to get all the work streams separate, and that you can tell on the many emails that are coming in and out. But for the cities report, we are preparing already for the third lead author meeting, which takes place in January in Oslo. Thank you, Norway, by the way. And Robert already showed the lead author meeting for the assessment report to become 2 weeks from now. Thank you, France, for that. But so the cities report will be somewhere early 2027 when the approval session is scheduled in March. And for the assessment report, that is still to be decided by panel. Please go to the next. So I'll lead you through the outline. We have a QRL. I can share it later with you as well, where there is also a link tree with all kinds of other documents. Please go to the outline. We have 20 chapters, and I'm not going to do one by one the specific chapters. And then I don't even talk about the technical guideline, which is going to be released as a separate volume. But we have clustered the chapters in blocks where we have, and you can recognize there's a bit of a hierarchy. In the top row, you see a couple of chapters that are what we call the global chapters. They display the frames, but also do the generic assessments of the current risks. They also carry out an assessment of adaptation, responses to loss and damage, and finance. Then we have the regional chapters block in parallel to a thematic chapters block, and then the technical guideline. If you click once more, then again, detailed description of the global chapters block. What's quite nice on this edition of IPCC is that we have 2 instead of 0 adaptation chapters. And that really also is, I guess, a sign of the times that there's so much interest for adaptation right now that we really need to do one. And so chapter 3 is doing the assessment of current progress on adaptation. And chapter 4 is really looking into the future, also looking at different climate scenarios and different socioeconomic scenarios, what to do about it. Also new, oh, sorry, one back, but it's not too bad. New is the finance chapter. That is the first time that we have an adaptation finance chapter in IPCC. We had already litigation 1. And we need to talk about the cross working group things on that as well. But it is really a very timely report, because not only because here we're talking about finance going from global north to global south, but financial risk transition and management, insurance, distribution of risk, equity, who pays, who benefits. That really needs a big assessment in itself. So that is a very timely thing. If you go one next, the two blocks is actually also the structure that we inherited that was also there in the 6th assessment report. But we would really asking the authors to avoid doing sort of a standalone repetitive assessment for the regions and then the sectors. We look at the topic of decision making or climate action as a decision that has a multi-perspective point of view. You always have to take into account both regional and thematic or sectoral elements into consideration. And that's why the bullet points of these clusters of chapters, they are the same. We're not saying from the regions different things. So we really encourage the people to talk to each other. And another element that we hopefully can bring together is an atlas. We had a session yesterday to present the working group 1-2 atlas, but this is also a neat new thing to try to also generate a more, global coverage of all kinds of data, not impacts, also risks with the vulnerability exposure, maybe even adaptation, maybe even adaptation implementation, who knows? We still have to scope a bit of it, but that is of course also a very binding element in the outline. The regional chapters, if you go one further, is the usual suspects of the, click once more, yeah, the usual suspects of the continental chapters plus a dedicated chapter on the small islands. And the thematic chapters is also mostly, if you go once more, particularly similar to the previous cycle, but we have adjusted a bit to also listen to what the Global Goal on Adaptation has identified as thematic areas. The only thing where we made an exception, rated the ecology into a terrestrial ecology and an oceanic ecology chapter, but for the rest, we kind of follow the global goal. And in addition, if you click once more, we carry 5 cross-chapter papers for mountains, for LDCs, least developed countries, for drylands, for the Mediterranean, and for polar areas. And these cross-chapter papers were also in a previous cycle, but we would like to avoid that they are going to be like mini chapters, because it's not only about getting an assessment for mountains, but it's also teams that will go about in all the other chapters to pick up all the information that's relevant for mountains. So they are really positioned as an amplifier of the assessment for these regions and not as a mini chapter. That is the idea. And then finally, if you click once more, we go to the technical guideline. That in itself has also a couple of subsections. The first one is, the introduction, the rationale. What is it? What was the previous guideline? How is the current time relative to earlier? If you click once more, you get a bit of the framing of the guideline. A technical guideline is intended to be a guideline. It's not an assessment of adaptation practices or whatever. It's a guideline to help structure the enormous information that is there on how to measure impacts, how to arrange an adaptation cycle, how to implement monitoring, evaluation, learn, and is intended to bring some structure. But we acknowledge that this whole adaptation policy is not a standalone thing. Any adaptation policy is embedded in a much broader development agenda and in a sustainability agenda. So it's really good to put an alert on scanning the context of your country or your region, and also think about what is the kind of society we have, what is the kind of future we want to reach before you actually start. Okay, this is then the adaptation cycle. That is more the technical side. Do the scoping, do the planning, the risk assessment, the solution space, implementation, and most importantly also the learning evaluation, so you can actually revert back to the circularity. And then finally, a guideline would not be a guideline if we would not also provide a couple of building blocks, a couple of tools that really would be helpful or enablers. A good adaptation practice is very difficult to implement if your governance is not equipped for it, or if your finance is not secured. And that is all as directed in the final blocks with tools. Next slide, please. We also have a couple of principles. They actually are, well, we discussed yesterday the ambitions of the cycle. And in brief for work group 2, we do appreciate and acknowledge the need to update whatever we need to do on the risk assessment. But we also want to avoid that it is just a repetition of AR6 plus a couple of extra years. We really see the need to go into depth in areas that were underexplored. There's large regional areas, there's large aspects of vulnerability that are really difficult to capture. And so we are encouraging the authors also to use gray literature or unconventional data to enrich and not only extend the risk assessment. Once click more, yeah, the whole cycle is aspiring to inspire action. And yeah, we want to also give that a real incentive. So we bring in practitioners in the author team more that know what they're talking about when we talk about action. So, and we also see, for instance, a very helpful contribution of this guideline to this national adaptation planning as an example. We have many items that we use to really inspire the authors to inspire to action by the authors. We frame the assessment report as a journey. We don't want to have snapshotty things. We really want to let people navigate easily to go there. The guideline is a good help and a reference to there, but that's also why we will instruct the authors to team up with clusters, give good relations to your previous one, let the global chapter set out the protocols and approaches, and not every chapter its own, you know, that kind of principles we really want to bring back. And then finally, that practice of inclusivity is also, walk the talk. We are quite well in the select authors. We have 90 countries represented in the author pool, which is quite a lot. But it comes also with a responsibility to us, I guess, and the support unit, to make all these people contribute. There's a lot of new people there, and they don't actually know. I didn't know what an assessment is until I really had to go into it. So we need capacity building for the authors to learn and to avoid that. Again, it is the experienced people that have been there for 20 years already. We also invest a lot in the capacity for the authors. And that is also part of that GDI meeting that Diana was talking about. It gave us an alert, hey, this is not for granted. Diversity is not the same as inclusivity. I think that's it. So here again is the QR code. It gives you entry to a lot of reading. So, oh, I see all the cameras coming up. So, and that was our guideline. Thank you.
Thank you, Bart, and good afternoon, everyone. Can we put up the slides, please? So I'm a vice chair of Working Group 3, Mitigation of Climate Change, and it's my pleasure to present an update of what's happening with the Working Group 3. On behalf of our co-chairs and the vice chairs of the Working Group 3. Can we go next, please? I start with the priorities of Working Group 3. And we discussed yesterday the vision of the whole AR7 cycle, but we have also focused priorities in our working group. It starts with inclusivity, not surprisingly. But we realize that to be impactful, you have to first be inclusive. With inclusivity, we mean that we are committed to increasing inclusivity among our authors, experts, and even in literature and access to literature. And this includes both ensuring diversity and in the participation and for all voices to be heard and included in the report. For integration, this is our second priority. We aim to have more integration of the different methodologies that used for mitigation of climate change and provide comprehensive assessment on each topic and subtopic areas. And this would include greater attention to equity, more integration of social sciences, more synthesis of global findings at national and local and international levels and scales. And with respect to the impact, definitely we want to be impactful. We want to have action-oriented assessment where the key outcomes are actionable and implementable by a wide range of stakeholders. And we're working with our authors in order to identify and internally in the Bureau mechanisms to measure and monitor our progress along these three priorities. Next, please. So our journey as well starts with the approval of the outline. We have 15 chapters to address the topics under mitigation of climate change. And we grouped these into about four main buckets where each of them have a certain objective. And the first bucket is intended to look at the past and current trends and of futures, scenarios, pathways, emissions, and in a sustainable development and mitigation framework. The second bucket focused on what are the enablers, what are the barriers. So it's very much linked to the implementation. How do we move from what could happen to how does it happen, or how we make it happen? This includes finance, includes policies, governance, and international cooperation. The third bucket looks at all the services and the sectors that we could provide the options in order to reduce our emissions and enhance our removals to actually practice and implement the mitigation options. And finally, the fourth bucket is dedicated to the potential limits and risks of carbon dioxide removal. Next, please. Here we just need to showcase how do we implement our priorities throughout these chapters. So from chapter 1, we implement our inclusivity and integration, because chapter 1 is basically provide a overarching concept on mitigation terminologies and concept and overarching concepts such as equity, justice, also the integration of indigenous knowledge and local knowledge. Also, from chapter 1, we start with looking at what are the key areas that we integrate the work on mitigation with the other working groups, adaptation, and the basic science, working group 1 and working group 2. So looking, using an inclusive approach for incorporation and assessment of diverse and range of methodologies, models, databases, and development tools for scenarios and emissions pathways. In general, would be the focus of this 4 chapters. If we move next. So this discusses the enablers, the opportunities, the barriers, and the constraints around mitigation. This could include cost and benefit analysis, includes synergies with sustainable development, natural resources, finance, technology, regional capacities, and how do we enable and identify all the barriers for implementation. Next. So in this part of the report which has the largest number of chapters, because each chapter addresses a specific sector, including industry, buildings, services and demand, energy systems, building and settlements. And this is a lot of collaboration will happen and coordination with and building on findings from the cities report, which includes also similar sectors. Also the follow sector, the agriculture, forestry, and other land use, and integration of looking at all of these sectors in an integrative manner, and as a system view. How do we look at all of these, the interaction between the sectors, and not looking just independently within the sector, what could happen? And this provides a comprehensive mitigation options around the services and the demand and all the sectors. We can move next. And this is a chapter dedicated to looking at what are the risks, what are the potentials, what are the limits of the different approaches of carbon dioxide removal, and what are the different technologies or available approaches, and full assessment and feasibility assessment and the permanence of such approaches. We move next. So what happens after the outline and after I have identified the chapters and approved by the government and the panel? In this period, there is considerable efforts happening from the Working Group 3 Bureau to engage with the diverse group of authors. Of course, at this time, we have concluded the authors' nominations. Authors have been identified for the Working Group 3. We've heard from Diana on the selection, nomination and the selection process. We're very proud about the process that we have implemented and the outcome of the process, because out of more than 1,200 nominees, we have selected 222 authors, as you see in this little table there. And out of these, we have 52% are from developing countries and energy and economies in transition. This is an enhancement over what was in the previous cycle. Also, we have 40% female, and we have almost 60% of newcomers to give a fresh blood to the IPCC reports. And at this time, we're working very closely with the authors. We're engaging to support and through several webinars. And actually, the webinars happened as awareness before and during the author selection. So we have not just looked at the regional representation in the regions, in the 6 regions of the WMO, but we also looked at the sub-regions. And for example, we have dedicated efforts to recruit and attract authors and CLAs and review editors from Central Africa, East Africa, Northern Africa, Southern Africa, West Africa, and also different organizations, in order to make sure that we come up with this wonderful outcome. At this time, we continue to work with our authors, and we are looking forward to the LAM 1 in Paris, as we've heard from Robert from Working Group 1 co-chair. We have engaged already with our authors, our CLAs, in 2 meetings. We're also working with a number of guidance documents to help them throughout until we produce the zero order draft. Also, guidance on scenarios to address any issues or gaps that faced in the past, so we can avoid any issues and give them kind of awareness and share the knowledge and from the previous cycle, make it ready for the authors and the CLAs at this time to address and put it at the heart of their work at this time. And this is in addition to a number of national sessions that done by the Bureau members themselves at the national level. And these are also among some of the upcoming events that we will engage with, including the LAM one, the number of workshops, and like the workshop on engaging diverse knowledge systems and methods assessment, the workshop on methodologies, metrics, and indicators of assessing climate change impacts and adaptation, and more workshops. Thank you. I'll stop here.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am a member of the Task Force Bureau on GHG inventories, together with my colleague from the Bureau as well, Giacomo Grassi. We are a different animal than the working groups. So we think that it merits to remind you what we are and what our role is, because we don't do regular assessments or anything like that. Next slide. Next. Yeah. I mean, the reason why we are here is because the convention requested parties that they develop periodically and that they publish and make available national inventories of anthropogenic emissions and removals of all GHG gases not controlled by the Montreal Protocol in a comparable or with comparable methodologies. And this is the reason why the Task Force Bureau was created. They also have a support unit. And next slide, please. So the objectives that we have basically are to develop and refine internationally agreed methodologies and software for calculation and reporting of national anthropogenic GHG emissions and removals. This is the role of the Task Force Bureau, because countries will have to understand how the implementation of the measures that Working Group 3 is working on, it has an impact actually on the emissions and removals. And this is very important because what we really do is translating the scientific knowledge into operational methodologies for inventory compilers. So we are not dealing with scientists. We are dealing with inventory compilers that have an obligation formally to produce national inventories regularly. And I think this is a very important and key role, because otherwise we won't be able actually to see if there is an impact on the measures that countries are taking on the mitigation of GHG gases. So the work is undertaken by and request of IPCC member governments. We also get mandates from the UNFCCC convention on things that they believe need to be done. And the technical unit support unit is in Japan since many years ago. I have to emphasize that we don't measure ourselves and we don't manage data ourselves. We are just producing the methodologies that others need to use in order to produce these comparable inventories. Next slide, please. So, I mean, why methodology reports are very important is because globally we need to apply these standardized methodologies and emission factors that will encourage the consistency and the comparability of the time series produced by the countries, which now, for example, is extremely important for the global stocktake. Just to give you an example under the Paris Agreement. The way we produce that is, well, we do a lot of experiments because sometimes we need to pre-assess if there are new methodologies or new issues that require a methodology. So this is a quite interesting avenue for us. Obviously, we do scoping meetings for our reports like the working groups do as well. And we also have to approve the outlines of our methodological reports. We have lead author meetings. We have the same structure of the review that the working group and assessment reports have. So this is equal for us. And our reports need to be approved by the panel as well. Next slide. But I think it merits also to have a little bit of a hint of a history of the production of the GHG methodologies. I mean, we have a long history. We started in 94. In 94, we produced the first guidelines for national greenhouse gas inventories. Those were revised in 96 with the 96 revised guidelines. And later on, we found out that we were requested to develop specific guidelines for land use and forest. And we produced the 2003 GPG guidance, which were to be seen together with the 96 revised guidance for the agriculture and land use change sector and forest sector. Later on, or in the middle, it was also guidance for GHG inventories and uncertainties and management of national GHG inventories in 2000. That was prior to the GPG guidance. Later on, we produced a compilation of all the previous guidelines and an update in 2006. The 2006 guidance, de facto, are the guidelines that are currently adopted by the UNFCCC for the GHG inventories for the countries. Although countries can use other factors for later updates on their own discretion if they can justify that those are appropriate in their cases. The IPCC guidelines are important because allow the inventory compilers to produce estimates consistent with 5 principles, which are extremely important: transparency, accuracy, comparability, consistency, and completeness. Those are the 5 principles that guide the GHG inventories. What we basically aim is to guide the development of these estimates based on this common understanding and to ensure that the inventories are comparable among all countries. It's a very interesting process now because inventories and the methodologies are being widely used for developed countries, but developing countries are now really seriously starting to use the methodologies and developing their inventories in a very regular manner. Prior, they were developing in an irregular manner, but now for them, the methodologies are also extremely important. I think it's important also to recall that what the inventories do is anthropogenic emissions. We don't do full emissions, it's anthropogenic emissions. And the anthropogenic emissions definition is very relevant. They are very clear for sectors like industry, energy, but we had to develop a very complex, sometimes methodologies for the land use sector in order to actually separate anthropogenic from non-anthropogenic. Sometimes because the scientific evidence was not enough to actually do it in a very strict manner, we had to develop proxies. And we are using, for example, the land use proxy for the anthropogenic emissions in the land use sector. So this is a brief recall of how the methodologies were developed. There were some supplements developed. For example, it was a supplement on the Kyoto Protocol, and it was a supplement on wetlands. Those were actually, the Kyoto Protocol obviously was for the Kyoto Protocol parties, that they had to report under the Kyoto Protocol for this particular land use sector, but the wetland sector was improvements on certain areas. The final thing that we did prior to the 7th cycle was the refinement, the 2019 refinement, where we brought the 2006 guidelines and some parts of the supplements in order to improve the methodologies. Those are not being adopted by the convention, but many parties are using some of the updates in the 2019 as an improvement on their own, let's say, tier 1 factors. What is tier 1, tier 2, tier 3? I mean, the methodologies need to be adequate for countries that have different capacities. And this is why we have this tier approach. We have more simple methodologies for parties that have less capacities. They may not have emission factors specific for the country, but they can use those default factors that are in the methodologies. If countries start getting more capacities, they can move to tier 2, where they can use their own specific factors. And if they are increasing even more their capacities, they can even do more sophisticated methods, as far as they are transparently used and transparently described. So this is the way the guidelines work. Next slide, please. What we're doing in the 7th cycle. I mean, in the 7th cycle, we are being mandated to do 2 methodological reports that are actually addressing some gaps that are in the reporting, identify recently. One is on short-lived climate forces, and that includes anthropogenic emissions like NOx, CO, non-methanogenic VOCs, total SO2, NH3, black carbon, and organic carbon, and also primary particulate matter that is relevant for radiative forcing. This is not including the methane and halogenated species that are covered by the Montreal Protocol, because those are already covered by the existing guidance. We did also an expert meeting and a scoping meeting prior to the outline was approved. The short gases we will explain further in an event tomorrow in the afternoon. But just to say that we are in the second author meeting already that was celebrated in September in Istanbul. The first one was celebrated in Spain in March. And the second methodological report is on carbon dioxide removal technologies and carbon capture utilization and storage. And this is relevant for one chapter of the working group 3, but it's also something that countries are demanding because they are starting to use those technologies. So it's important to have methodologies. For this one, Giacomo will expand a bit after. And just to finalize my presentation, I want to go to the next slide. Where I can indicate some other activities that we do. I mean, we manage the IPCC inventory software. This is a software that is meant to help countries to compile the information and do the estimations. It's not for reporting. The reporting tables are in the site of the convention. We also do or manage the emission factor database where different institutions can submit new factors that are verified and can be also used later on. There is also a strong program on training for ESG inventories for national experts for developing countries. Also inventory software expert meetings, and we also have a training of the IPCC software with the ITAC and UNOPS. We had a very interesting expert meeting on reconciling land use emissions that probably will be expanded tomorrow in another side event. So I'll pass now to my colleague Giacomo Grassi.
Good afternoon. I'm Giacomo Grassi, part of the Bureau of the Task Force on Inventory together with Maria. Just an appetizer of a side event that we also do tomorrow at 5:15 here about CDR. It's particularly important because we just reached an agreement 2 weeks ago in Lima, the IPCC Plenary 63, on the outlining timeline. Next. So just a bit of background. In the IPCC Plenary 60 in Turkey, the panel decided that TFI would hold an expert meeting on the CDR CCUs. It's a long acronym that stands for carbon dioxide removal, carbon capture, utilization, and storage, and prepare a methodological report by the end of 2027. An expert meeting was held in preparation of a scoping meeting that was that proposed a concrete outline, including title, format, table of contents, term of reference. IPCC 62 failed to find an agreement, but finally, Plenary 63 found an agreement. The panel approved the outline of this report. The expected timeline is to conclude the work in 2027, as we'll see later, in a way to allow the future reporting guidance for countries to incorporate this emission removal in the post-2030 likely reporting by the countries. Next. So what the expert meeting and scoping meeting assessed are the CDR methods, so carbon dioxide removal. As you know, if we want to reach net zero, which is from a physical point of view a prerequisite to stabilize global warming, we need to deploy CDR to counterbalance the hard to abate residual emissions. So this is why there is so much interest on the topic. The expert meeting and subsequently the scoping meeting assessed the CDR methods available in the Area 6 already assessed, and a number of additional methods have been identified and assessed in the scoping meeting. Some of that, there was already guidance in the previous IPCC guidance, the 26 guidance, as Maria said, and those indicated in red. Others were essentially new. Next. The expert meeting, scoping meeting, follow a number of assessment criteria. And the question the expert look at is there a gap in the IPCC guidance? Can this removal of CCU activity be clearly delineated as an emission or removal? Is it significant? The scale is relevant. Can a tier 1 be developed? Higher tier methods, as explained by Maria, be also developed, and can estimates be verified? It's also very important, because if you cannot verify, you cannot ultimately trust these estimates. Next. So this is just I will not go through the details, of course, but just for reference, these are a summary of the assessment by method. There has been some method that have been assessed, but there was already said it's already included in the existing guidance. There is no need of additional guidance. Other methods were really new, and on other methods there was some guidance, but we need to add and refine and update. Next. So the title and format. The title is essentially this is a long title, as you can read it. The 2027 is already in the title, so we really have the obligation to finish on time. The format is the same as the 2006 guidance. This makes it easier for inventory compiler to use the methodology along with the guidance. And it follows the main 5 volume. So general guidance, energy, industrial process, AFOLU, and waste. Plus we have a new volume, which is carbon dioxide capture, removal, transport, utilization, and storage. Next. The work plan, and again, tomorrow we'll give more detail on the outline, but the work plan is that we will, there is an open call for nomination. The deadline, if you're interested, just get in touch with your IPCC focal point. Remember that the deadline is 12th December. And the criteria for selection for the species geographical gender balance, and the range of expertise, scientific and technical expertise, and a mix of expert with and without IPCC experience. Then we plan to have 2 expert meetings next year, 2 other expert meetings in 2027, and then hopefully to finalize at the end of 2027. Next, is the final. If you want to know more, you can access these 2 QR code with the IPCC expert meeting and the outline of the report. Thank you.
Many thanks, Giacomo, and many thanks to all of our panelists. This was full 75 minutes of science. I think we have probably overloaded you. We started with the 10-minute delay, so I plan to wrap it up in the next 10 minutes. It will be a short Q&A, but it is an opportunity for those in the room and those online to ask questions. Those who may be watching us on our streams, please send in your question to ipcc-media@wmo.int. And we have a first hand up here. Can we have a microphone? Please introduce yourself and indicate to whom the question is addressed. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Brianna. I'm a climate messaging strategist. This question is for you. I'm curious if things like wildfires are included in anthropogenic or, drying peatlands.
I mean, if they are wildfires, they are not anthropogenic. Because we use this proxy for land management, what we dealt with is actually the fires which are within the land, which is considered to be managed. Well, you have the sectors that Giacomo just showed. We have these 5 sectors. So it's energy, it's industrial processes, is waste, is AFOLU, so agriculture and land use change and forestry.
Thank you.
So the inventory is structured in the sectors. And each sector has many categories on actually the processes, or actually if it's a land use change, is the fires, or is activities like land use change from agricultural lands to, for example, forest or conversions and things like that. So the inventory has a structure, which is the same structure that the convention has in the reporting guidance.
but it's just first order, right? Like we're not considering knockdown effects. So, I mean, when we say anthropogenic, like, I mean, the anthropogenic climate change is causing these other things, you know, these ecosystems to hemorrhage carbon, right? So like, I guess I'm just having a hard time understanding, like, it seems like an interesting distinction. Is
Well,
it political?
you may have, for example, disturbances. If those disturbances are anthropogenic, then those are accounted for. If the disturbances are not anthropogenic, then you can discount. In the 2019 guidance, there are methodologies to discount the non-anthropogenic natural disturbances. So, I mean, in the land use sector, is complex to actually separate. But we are using, because it's for inventory compilers, it's for operationalization of inventories, we are using sometimes some proxies to do that.
We have a next question here, please.
Okay. Hello. Thank you for this panel. Can you hear
Introduce
me?
yourself and
I will
to
do
whom the
that.
question is about
Yeah.
to address.
My name is Holly Kaufman. I'm a former U.S. negotiator back in the Clinton administration, and I'm the founder and director of the Plastics and Climate Project. And we did a peer-reviewed research that discovered that the climate impacts of plastics are being undercounted and using more of the carbon budget than assumed. So my question is there a way to include the full range of climate impacts of plastics and petrochemicals in AR7, or possibly a special report on plastics and climate? I know that delegations need to ask for that, but the greenhouse gases are being undercounted, as are impacts to climate sinks and potential impacts to the Earth's radiation budget. Thank you.
You did not indicate to whom the question is addressed, maybe. Okay, Maria, do you want to take that?
Well, we received the mandate to develop methodologies for the sectorial emissions, right? If something else is seen as important, we need to receive a mandate to explore that further. And you're right, this is something that needs to be requested by the parties.
Are there any other questions? There is a question over there.
Yes, thank you very much. It's super interesting. Munia Mostefawi, I'm a PhD. I have a question regarding, the transparency and comparability aspects. What do you think about the current system where each country actually, deliver its own inventory, and then you have to double check and verify? And would there be a way maybe that something more standard? Like, I know you're doing a great job at training people and experts and stuff, but if there, should we find a way that a centralized, inventory would do it for all countries? It's not very democratic, but.
Well, I mean, inventories are fundamental also as a tool for the country itself. It's not just a tool for reporting to the convention. So they have to be owned by the countries. What we need to ensure is that they are transparent, they fulfill the 5 principles. And that's the reason why the convention has a very thorough and intense review process that is now under the VTRs. So the inventories review under the VTR. For developed countries, there was every year review. So I think what is important is that we get more and more reviewers that are engaged in this process. And there is another important point here. The review process itself is a capacity building process, because every time a country is reviewed, they gain capacities because we highlight where the problems are, we highlight what potential solutions are, and that is extremely helpful for the country, because then the capacity remains in the country. What you are saying, it may be very interesting because you may have a standardized process, but then you will lose actually that the country anchors this knowledge into their regular activities. And then they use the inventory for other purposes as well, which is also extremely important.
Just to complement what you said. For countries, you said measuring is a key step for managing better, to understand and managing better. So the independent estimates, like, for example, health observation for the affluent sector, which are key, is an essential element to build confidence. So we are part, and we will talk tomorrow in the afternoon session, CDR, we'll talk about the challenges we have on land use and the different estimates that we have from different actors. So we need to come up together and to understand why, in a mutual learning exercise, understand why estimates varies. So these independent estimates are essential part of the improvement process, but it's really, these are party-driven process. So it's something that we cannot impose others' estimates.
Thank you very much. We will check one more last question and then we will end this session.
Hi, thank you all. I'm a mathematician at Princeton University, and I'm interested in the role of science in policy and decision making. My question could be really for any of the panelists or all of them if we have time. I'm interested in if you feel that there's been an increasing politicization of the IPCC process, and then here at COP, if you feel that there's been what your perception is of the role of the IPCC at COP and how countries may or may not be discounting the role of the IPCC.
Thank you very much for that excellent question. And if there is an increase in politicization, I think that only shows the increasing importance of not only the topic of climate change and climate science, but also the importance of IPCC in providing the science foundation for climate action. So I think it's actually natural that with the increase of the impacts of climate change and the increasing burden of the impacts of climate change, and also with the increasing work on the potential solutions, both on impacts, adaptation, mitigation, removals, as well as loss and damage response, there will be more and more interest also from all countries and all industries. And more industries are involved and are affected. And so I think it's absolutely normal, and we should absolutely welcome that increased interest in all of this. I think it is important to say that the IPCC, in fact, the strength of the IPCC is to co-generate the knowledge together with the policymakers. So when sometimes the issues come up that we are, political influence, but that's one of our purposes, to collaborate with the policymakers. We need to be actionable. We need to provide actionable science. And that means that we are working together with governments. At the same time, the scientists are working independently. And that's another important distinction to make. So we are approving our, or the governments are approving our outlines, which means we are asking the questions together. Then the scientists work independently. The governments do have the opportunity to provide review comments, but the pen holders are the authors, and they decide which comment to take on, and they're all just science-based. And finally, we together with the government approve the summaries for policymakers. It's another important distinction that not everybody is aware of, that the approvals are only for the summaries for policymakers. So the underlying report is done by scientists, and also the SPMs are co-produced, but only based on the underlying reports. So it's only the phrasing and only the emphasis which is produced together. With other organizations, because we are, thank you. We are, first of all, a multilateral body for science policy cooperation, and also this cannot be duplicated by other organizations because of our very rigorous review processes, and also because we collaborate with all member governments of the United Nations.
Thank you very much, Diana. And I think these are appropriate remarks for the end of this part one. I would like to thank all of the panelists that have been with us today. Diana Urge-Forssets, the IPCC Vice Chair. We had Robert Wattard, the Working Group 1 co-chair online. I hope, Robert, you can hear us. And thank you very much for taking part in the panel. Bart van der Hurk, the Working Group 2 co-chair, who had to be called to another meeting, but he might be back later. So for those who are sticking with us, please do do make benefit of his presence. Malak Al-Nouri, the vice chair of the working group 3, and we had also Maria Jose Sanz and Giacomo Grassi from the task force on greenhouse gas inventories. I also want to thank the audience here in the room, as well as those that have been with us online. Thank you very much. We have a part 2 beginning in about 15-20 minutes, so please join us again. Thank you.
Can I use that? Going there and remove that.
Yeah, I will for what's like. I will follow the black light before, but we are not working. I think it's probably that we need to think about. And the family, you know, at the screen. So, we can see the screen, but
Yeah. Yeah. In that case, the gas production will be showing you. Because there are now 14 in India. Yeah, I know. We just sit down with these people. Why don't we just sit down? Why don't we get back to bed? Why don't we just sit down with these people? Forget about the streaming. How many people are online?
Only Mexalisi.
Fine. And how many of those are our people? Why don't we say we have a technical problem?
Can we use this one? Okay, apparently we're doing it. And option is that yeah.
Hello. Hi. Hi.
That's the one. I got you.
I wanted to run my on my own.
Yes.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to this second part of the event on the IPCC Science and Processes at the Science for Climate Action Pavilion. Thank you for being here, to those of you present and to those of you online. The first part showed us how much significant progress has been made in the development of the products for the 7 assessment cycle. And now you will hear what's happening behind the scenes, and you'll meet the IPCC Secretariat, and you'll know how the IPCC works and how to engage with the IPCC. I'm really delighted to be here with my colleagues from the IPCC Secretariat. And I am pleased to introduce our first speakers, the IPCC Secretary and the IPCC Deputy Secretary, Abdallah Moqsit and Ermira Fida, who will tell us about the IPCC mandate and how we operate, and also what's unique about the IPCC in the policy science landscape. Ermira, Abdallah, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, colleague in the room, as well as the one we want to sit. Yes, I want to stand, but okay, I should follow them this instruction. And then really, we are happy to have you, and we were really ready to share with you our experience in IPCC. And also, we want really have an objective of this presentation. We will succeed if at the end of this side event, you will be happy to join IPCC. We will be happy we will measure the success of this side event if you join IPCC. So with this, I think we will start, you know, and also the mode of emploi is with, I will present this with Ermira Fida, Deputy Secretary, and we will do it slide by slide. It's a kind of cooperation, and we can notice even in our close Armon, there is harmony in our clothes. So this is something we should observe. First slide. So next slide, please. Next slide. So I think this is something which is very, very important. The IPCC was established in 1988, but it was established for the reason. The reason is to assess science of climate change and to transform this assessment in a sort of voice to policymaker. IPCC is assessing research, not doing research. This is something which is really important. The other aspect, the other mandate, our assessment should be neutral about policy. We are not providing any policy prescriptive information. This is something which we are looking for. Next slide, please.
Hello, I think it doesn't work. Yeah. So I will continue, but let me join Abdallah welcoming you in this event. I'll be presenting back to back with Abdallah, and this is now the slide that shows how IPCC is structured. Abdallah mentioned that IPCC has a mandate to produce periodic assessment reports, and the way IPCC is structured is done in a way that its structure supports IPCC in delivering on its in its mandate. Its governance start with its supreme body, which is called the plenary, where all governments that are part of the IPCC 197, the member governments, we call them member governments, they sit in the panel and they take decisions. This is the way that IPCC operates, and they take decisions on the way that IPCC, on how many reports IPCC will produce, on the way that the reports are structured. Governments also approve the summary for policymakers. For those who were in the first part of the panel, our deputy vice chair of IPCC explained the way that this is done at the last part of the process by approving the summary for policymakers. In addition to the plenary, our structure includes, the IPCC structure includes the Bureau. The Bureau has a mandate to provide scientific and technical guidance to the process. The lifetime of a Bureau that is elected at the beginning of the cycle matches with the duration of the cycle of the IPCC. IPCC operates, by the way, in cycles that last 6 to 7 years. The decisions that are urgent and immediate are made by another body that is called Executive Committee, and that is chaired by the chair of IPCC, and its members are the 3 vice chairs and the co-chairs of working groups and the TFI. And the whole work in developing the reports, in fact, is led by the working groups. You have them in the 4 blue boxes, and respectively working group 1, 2, 3, and 4. And the 4th one is the task force on inventories. They are supported by the task support units, technical support units. They are the teams that work behind these working groups in the process of delivering the reports. And the way that they work is supporting the entire process and engaging with the authors, contributors, and reviewers. Until this moment, I didn't mention one important element of this, and this is, in fact, what we are part of, and it is the secretariat. The 15, so far we have a team that is made of 15 people, the secretariat, that we call it a glue. We are the ones that, while the others keep coming and going, the secretariat is the part that keeps the institutional memory in there and brings everybody together regardless of one cycle moving from one to another. And with that, I would like to pass it to Abdallah to explain what are the functions.
Yes, the next slide, please. Yeah, this is a very long list of function, and I want to stand because I want to read. And the function is there is administrative support. And I think Elmira said that secretariat, we are just a dozen of people. And it is the smallest secretariat in the United Nations system. And this is secretary, please, you know, this beehive, I am calling her, this secretary beehive, dozen of people, you know, looking for all this activity. Administrative support, implementation of protocol and policy. We will explain why, because we want to keep the work of IPCC as transparent, as neutral, and this is why, to have the trust, because we need that all the population trust in IPCC work. This is why we have many protocols. Also, information management. The quantity of information that IPCC is handling is huge. And you have in this table there, this man and colleague dealing with the IT system. It is the most sophisticated information system that we are handling. Also, we have financial management. Even our trust fund is small, but we are dealing with a voluntary contribution. And with this voluntary contribution, we need first to be reactive to receive the maximum, and we should maintain trust to keep them funding IPCC. And we have also support of chair, vice chair, executive committee, and this is done by the secretariat. And also we have a liaison role, and also in my left hand we have a relation officer that we are keeping all with the old segment. You will discover that IPCC is the only body dealing with all the components, all the segment of the society. And also we are undertaking many other tasks, specific one. I can tell you even the last one, the International Court of Justice requested IPCC to provide some advice. So look for it. You are really waving everywhere. Thank you.
Next slide, please. I mentioned earlier that IPCC works in cycles, and this is just a snapshot of what has been delivered so far until we started the 7 assessment cycle. In 6 cycles, IPCC has produced 6 assessment reports, 14 special reports, 9 guidelines for national greenhouse gas inventories, good practice guidance, and you can see the number of years when they have been produced. And in the past, in fact, until 2008, IPCC also produced technical papers. And in this cycle, I have to mention that we don't have any technical papers that is planned. And this is because this is what governments have decided, as I said at the beginning. It is very important to note that the IPCC produces these reports based on the scientific papers that are produced by scientists, and has a unique capacity to assess and process thousands of papers that get produced currently in an exponential way. So that's one of the challenges that IPCC faces in the days that we are in the current cycle. IPCC is unique in developing the uncertainty levels, in assessing the levels of certainty in the events that are described and assessed, and that makes IPCC reports unique and credible, something that I don't think that you are not aware of. And with that, I would like to pass it to Abdallah.
Thank you, Elmira. And next slide, please. So this is, I like this slide because it gives the history of IPCC. And why? Because at least our work is not done for anything. At least you have as the main client is UNFCCC Climate Change Convention. And we deal with many reports for the first cycle in 1990. And I am sure that most of the people don't know that thanks to the first assessment report that United Nations framework was established. Before the first report of IPCC, UNFCCC was not existing. So thanks to this report. Second report was critical of Kyoto Protocol. Without IPCC second assessment, no application implementation of Kyoto Protocol. 2001, we start to introduce the concept of adaptation. 2007, when we got a Nobel Prize, it was the time when science was advancing. And when science is advancing, we can manipulate numbers. we start by providing information about 2 degrees C, 1 degree C, 4 degrees C, and so on. And the fourth assessment report was critical for Paris Agreement. And the sixth assessment report was critical for first global stocktake. UNFCCC is not the only client, but at least you see that our IPCC report are policy relevant. They are used by negotiator, and they are the basic element that negotiators are using. And of course, we hope in the future we can keep this policy relevance. Next slide.
The next slide is in fact just a great moment that we always, in every presentation of this kind, we don't miss. And that's the moment when IPCC was awarded the Peace Nobel Prize, which was co-shared with the Vice President of United States, Albert Al Gore. And this is the moment when the secretary then and the chair of IPCC then and quite a few authors, lead authors who participated in ceremony were captured in the moment of the granting of that document, which is given for, I would like to read as it reads in the diploma, for efforts to build up and disseminate greater knowledge about man-made climate change and to lay the foundation for measures that are needed to counteract such change. So that's one of the things that is documenting the impact that IPCC has made, and that is acknowledged in that level. My colleague Meksolisi Shongwe is going to explain how we are using the funds that we have received, IPCC has received because of the Nobel Prize.
Next slide. I think Meksolisi will inform you, because when we received the Nobel Prize, it is a lot of money, and he bought a palace. So this is a so now next slide, please. So now something we should really insist on, because please, you can see the number 10 step. Me, I am calling them 10 commandment, the 10 commandment, like Moise 10 commandment, because this is the step that IPCC is following to prepare any report. And let me, explain to you that these 10 steps are the demonstration that our reports are, prepared with government. It is the initiative between scientists and government. From the beginning, from scoping, which is prepared by expert nominated by the government, selected by the Bureau, we have scoping meeting coming with the draft outline of any report. But this outline is not used before being adopted by the panel. Who is in the panel? Panel are governments. Then after approving the outline, then we are nominating, asking for nomination for author and selecting author. Who is nominating is government. Who is selecting is the Bureau. And that means this aller-retour between government and science is in all stages. Then we have a fourth step, selection of author. 5 is drafting the first order draft. Then we have expert review, and any expert, any one of you, by self-declaration, can be expert reviewer. This is something really important. And then we will have a draft for also government review, final draft report, and summary for policymaker. Summary for policymaker reviewed by governments, and then we have the plenary approving line by line summary for policymaker, which is between 30 and 40 pages. Then we will have to publish the report. This 10 step, please take it as a takeaway. It is only IPCC following this 10 step. For the moment, there is no intergovernmental panel dealing with 10 step. And this is 10 commandment for IPCC, and it is for you.
Thank you, Abdallah. The work of IPCC is governed by its so-called principles that govern the IPCC. This is basically what we consider as our guiding document for everything that IPCC is doing. And everybody that engages in IPCC leadership and authorship, including also the Secretariat, very frequently have to refer to this. Even the decisions that are made by the panel are rooted and are derived in this document, which is considered as the Bible of IPCC. The document is quite a few, tens of pages, but I've tried to put them in just one slide. The main elements include the mandate and the role of IPCC, which we have already mentioned, what has to do with the assessments. It also describes the way that IPCC makes decisions, mainly based on consensus, which is very challenging in the current backdrop where, the world that we're living is becoming more and more, and not just like for IPCC, but for every other intergovernmental platform. IPCC is open to all governments. We call them the members of the IPCC. We, in our work, try to balance the representation with scientific requirements that applies to the author selection, to the participants that are attending meetings and workshops that are approved by the panel. Participation to IPCC is not only open to the governments, but it's open to the UN organizations, to the intergovernmental organizations, to NGOs that meet the criteria. And for that, we also have rules and regulations that explain how that process is done. And as of today, we have over 200 organizations that are members of the IPCC that are not members of the governments. The procedures also explain that how the reports are developed step by step, how the reports are approved, and how the meetings, including workshops and expert meetings, are organized, participants selected, and even the way that the reports of these meetings are produced. IPCC principles include 3 appendixes. The first has to do with the preparation and publication of the reports. The 10 steps that Abdallah just mentioned are part of this part A. There is another appendix that has to do with the financial procedures. It explains the IPCC Trust Fund, which, by the way, is based on the voluntary contributions from governments, and the Appendix C, which explains in a detailed way the way that IPCC leadership is elected, starting from the bureau that I presented at the beginning in the structure. And with that, I would like to pass it to Abdallah.
Thank you, Mira. Next slide, please. This is the life of IPCC. This is our plenary. And this is, you can see, always late in the last day, sometimes, we are negotiating. And let me show to you. You can see here, this is a co-chair working group 1. Next to him, he is the head of negotiation of a Chinese team. You have scientists discussing with the bureau, with the delegation. And imagine when you have scientists like your professors, with the PhD, and you have the representative of government, this is how hard this discussion. And at the end, we can say that we are proud this cycle. That's we started 7 cycle. We did have 4 plenaries, and till now we didn't lose 1 day of the work because we agreed all what should be in the outline, and we are processing the process. The 7th cycle is already in TGV. It is already in this train with high speed. So, and with your involvement, we will accelerate this train. So, and this is, I think, the life of IPCC. Over to you, Benmira.
Thank you, Abdallah. Now it's my turn to explain what do we do with regards to engaging with the national focal points. In the explanation of the functions, one of the functions is for the Secretariat is engagement with the national focal points. And when we refer to the national focal points, we mean the government focal points. Their role is very important. They are, in one hand, they are the stewards of the process because they approve all the decisions at the plenary that govern and guide our work of the IPCC. On the other hand, they are also beneficiaries. And that's something that we keep in mind when we design and we have a strategy of engaging with them. We have tools and methods of engaging, and one of them that has been very successful so far is been our newsletter. And that started during the pandemic when we were short of engaging with the governments like we did before in a personal, physical setting. We thought we need to strengthen the engagement in the absence of that, and that became, I think, a way to strengthen the communication, and we started thinking of putting our heads together on designing a platform, and that ended up being a newsletter. A newsletter that reaches them out every quarter now. It was more frequent then, but now every quarter is quite okay, and that is part of the now, not just the only element. We have a platform, and you can see on the left, my left side, a dashboard which has quite a few functions and applications that our IT head of IT support and management meeting support, Jasmine, who is going to speak in a bit, has designed with his very small team, just one person, to support the national focal points in engaging and getting services to them to facilitate the work. Another element is the way that we engage with them before sessions that we find critical. We organize, we have a mandate to organize some sessions called pre-briefing sessions. They take place before some very important or critical meetings, and we are in the process of discussing with the panel maybe of institutionalizing this in a more regular way so that the engagement is set up in a more regulated manner. We also have a document which is called Induction to the IPCC, which is for everyone, but more helpful for those who are new in the process, the new focal points. For if any of you is related to the focal point offices, we would highly recommend to go to the dashboard and look at the documents, which we also keep up to date as we go.
Thank you. And next slide, please. Quickly, because I think most of you attended the presentation. The presentation with you can go quickly, but one summary for this. I can say if the sixth cycle was the cycle for solution oriented, this one is implementation oriented, mainly for adaptation, because the working group too will have this guideline about adaptation, and I think it is the time of adaptation. So this is what so over to you.
From the adaptation to the implementation of all the reports, the train for every report now has left the station. They are in the process in different stages of implementation. They have all scoped, meaning that we had the scoping meetings for them. The content of the reports has been agreed by the panel. It hasn't been easy at all. The knowledge gaps have been identified. The authors have been already, they are in place for all the reports. Only for the three big reports, the traditional ones, we have more than 660 authors that have been nominated out of, thousands of authors that have been nominated by the governments, a very important milestone in the process for IPCC. The special report on climate change in cities, the methodology report on short-lived climate forces, they have had their second lead author meetings. The methodology report on carbon capture and storage has just gone through the outline approval at the last session in Lima 2 weeks ago. And we have quite a few expert meetings that have taken place and quite a few that have been planned starting from next year.
Thank you, Ermira. Next slide, please. I will be short on this because Diana already presented gender inclusivity, but let me highlight that we are doing well. And my hope, because I counted you here, all of you, all of you are gender, so we will make this balance in the other side. Over.
Another one is gender. I know the other slide. It has to do how well have we've been doing with a bureau from the gender perspective and with bureau members, and also with the colors are not that great, but I just want to explain that the gender balance in the IPCC bureau has an increase from one cycle to another. So we are at around 40%, and we are doing much better with the gender balance with the author selections, nearly 50%. And we have had also meetings that the gender women have been more than men attending, and that was the scoping meeting for the special report. So with that, I would pass.
Thank you very much. And also just to tell you that even Secretariat, we have also more women than men. So we are poor people, poor man people, so we can take gender in the other side. But anyway, so as I said in the beginning, my objective of this side event is, tomorrow also you will be involved. And there are many ways for you to be involved. First, as contributor to existing literature. This is, as in the first side event, or the colleague presented the outline. Please pay attention to the website and look for those outline. And if you have any paper, it will be considered. It will be automatically considered. So if you are not a contributor, you can be expert reviewer. And expert reviewer by simple self-declaration, you can say, I am expert in this chapter. I want to receive the drafts and I will want to make comments. Believe me, if you are providing good comments, and your comment will be considered, and your name will be stated to be involved in the future. Also as author and review editor, this is kind of, so you have 3 doors to be involved. And I will conclude by something. The door of IPCC in transparent way is there, open to anyone. I will tell you my own experience. I was involved from second assessment. I was let's say that's a reviewer. First assessment, I was contributor. My name was there. Fourth assessment, I was lead author. Fifth assessment, I was bureau member. Sixth assessment, I am secretary. So that means if for everybody it is possible. I am from Morocco and I am from developing country, from Africa, but this is open to anyone. I am proud that I have excellent secretariat. You saw them, this beehive, and I think really it is really good life. I wish you all of you to enter as a member of IPCC family. And I will be really proud because this is my last plenary COP. That if they told me after me that you are there, I will be proud. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Abdallah, for sharing your success story. I'm sure it's very inspirational for many here and for us all. And many thanks to Ermira and to Abdallah for this thorough presentation on what's the IPCC. It's fascinating to see how the IPCC is bridging policy and science with so much care and integrity. So thank you. Thank you one more time. And from here, we dive into another important area of our work, which is the communications and how we communicate our findings. And we have my colleague, Melissa Walsh, who is the communications officer, who joined us online. Melissa, the floor is yours.
Hi, everyone in Belém. I heard it's hot. Thank you for having me, and thank you very much to our IPCC Secretary, our Deputy Secretary, Amira, and obviously Abdallah, the Secretary, and also the Head of Communications, Andre Mahicic, for giving me this opportunity to speak on communications. So I'm going to try and share my screen, share the presenter view. Here. 2 seconds. There we go. Now I'll just put it on view, presenter view. So first slide is my title slide. The second slide is, so I'm going to give a brief overview of the communications, what we do, and also just some examples of what we've done in the past as well, and what we're currently doing as well. So the strategic objectives of the communications is to communicate assessment findings and methodologies without compromising accuracy, and to explain how IPCC works, selects its authors and reviewers, and how we produce our reports and other products. We also have an implementation plan, and we'll be updating, at the moment we're working off the 6th assessment communication strategy and implementation plan, and we'll be updating it shortly when, you know, with the upcoming report releases. So our guiding principles are to be objective and transparent, policy relevant and not prescriptive. So we don't use words like must or need, we don't advocacy, we don't campaign. We just simply disseminate the findings. Our work has to be timely and audience appropriate. Our work is public facing, which means accuracy matters. So we have to take care in everything that we do. And everything we do upholds IPCC's reputation, integrity, and credibility, and ensuring public trust in our work and our reports. So the main areas of IPCC communications are media, outreach, our website, and social media. And we have an integrated approach between all these core functions, so everything works together. We also cover, what we cover is anything like from the 10 steps that Abdullah just spoke about, the whole scoping process right through to the publication of the reports. We cover the elections, the nominations of authors, the LAM meetings, the review, all the review processes, the scholarship program, expert meetings, IPCC's participation in Subster and COP and other UN meetings, plenary sessions and report releases. And around all these key milestones and activities, we put out press releases, we have web pages, we have fact sheets. There's a lot of work that goes on behind the scenes. But it's during the report release that our work really becomes intense. And we pick up a few areas that we really focus on. So in the media, we focus on media training, and mainly Andre looks after that. So we equip the chair, bureau, and authors to handle interviews. We have key messaging as well that we work out with a consultant. We have an embargo system that works really well. That's also a lot of work because we put out registration so people can register, but they have to be registered. So that's also a lot of work to make sure that we check everybody's credentials before they get access, because they get a preview of the summary for policymakers before it's actually released, which gives them time to obviously create content and report around it. So obviously that gives us more coverage as well. We also hold a press conference, and to ensure that we have as much global reach as possible, we hold this in a hybrid format. We have a live stream and we have question and answer session as well. So we also monitor the media. So we track leaks, misinterpretations, and we make sure that we respond promptly to all those. We also hold pre-approval briefings for journalists, and that just gives them some context of what they're going to work in for the report releases. So that's just around the release of the report, but obviously we have work throughout the whole cycle and all those other milestones as well. So this just shows you a comparison of our media coverage that we have, because I mean, IPCC is constantly quoted in the news. We're often cited for all climate change findings. And you can see in March 2023, when the synthesis report was released, how it just accelerated. We had a huge increase in in media coverage and also for COP28 as well. And if you have a look at the previous, which I don't have here, but there's huge spikes around the report releases. So then we're moving on to outreach, which is another core function. Obviously, this COP where everybody is now is part of the outreach. Our target audience is our governments, UN bodies, civil society, and the scientific community. Obviously, we want to reach as many people that can help us fulfill our mandate. We do outreach in all different formats for diverse situations. We have regional launches, we do interactive sessions, partnerships with UN agencies, NGOs, universities, and we also have video presentations that we do with authors when people can't get to a outreach in person as well. So that's the outreach there. Then we also have, as well for outreach, we have frequently asked questions, we have fact sheets, thematic slide decks, educational resources, and the events are quite varied as well. So we've got the COP side events with UNFCCC, science conferences and webinars. And also the working groups organise a lot of outreach themselves, and that we have a huge reach globally from diverse regional audiences. So some main highlights just this year that we've had in terms of outreach. The IPCC and TFI Bureau members have engaged in scores of events, panel discussions and conferences, and the focus has been on the 7th assessment cycle, the content that's been agreed upon in the reports, climate science and involvement in how to engage authors in the 7th assessment cycle. And obviously, we've heard from Diana about the gender diversity and equity, and we've got some expert meetings coming up soon too. So the highlight, I think, this year we've had obviously outreach event on the back of the 62nd plenary session in Hangzhou, China. We had outreach on the back of the first lead author meeting for the short-lived climate forces in Bilbao, Spain. Subster, we had a huge delegation go to Subster, as they do every year. The chair attended AMSEN, the 20th Ministerial African meeting in Nairobi. He's off to Guinea 7 in December. But I think the biggest one that we had this year was the regional outreach on the margins of the second lead author meetings for the special report on climate change in cities, and that was held in Mombasa in July. We had 120 participants, and there was a different format. We had workshops and a lot of engagement, and it was to show how to bring people together in Africa from the 5 main regions in Africa to show how they can support the IPCC process throughout the 7th assessment cycle. So that was one of the key highlights. Then coming up this year, as I mentioned, we've got, first of all, we've got the joint first lead author meeting, which is going to bring together 660 authors. There's outreach planned there. UNIA 7, the chair will go to UNIA 7 and take part in ministerial meetings there. And then next year, we're starting off with the third lead author meeting for the special report on climate change in cities in Oslo, and there'll be outreach there. And also we'll be planning outreach for the co-located workshops in Reading in February 2026. So that brings me on to social media, which is another core function. So why is social media important for the IPCC? I think, we all know about disinformation and misinformation, and IPCC is a trusted voice, especially on climate change. And climate change is one of the ones where there's, a lot of misinformation and disinformation about it. So it is important that IPCC has an active voice on social media, just to make sure that we've got the proper findings and the trusted voice out there that people can trust. So at the moment, we've got almost just under 1.5 million followers across all our channels. We've got X, Instagram, LinkedIn, Facebook, and we've also got Blue Sky as well now. So we've got a huge following across all our platforms. And some other highlights just to show you. We've got the website too. So on the website, we continuously update that. We've got the reports that are all on there, and microsites on the website. And some other things that we do is we make sure we have consistent branding across everything. So you'll see, like actually in the slides, that we've all got the seventh assessment cycle branding. It just helps people recognize us a little bit more. Digital and social media assets as well. We're also doing a lot more use of in-house video production, so video messages, short explainers, and we've also got the IPCC Bureau members, and we've got focal points as well doing videos too, so it really helps us get the message out there. And as Amira also mentioned, that we've got the IPCC newsletter, so we work on that too, to focal points, and so that's another part of our work plan. And this just recently, we've also engaged media training for all the Bureau members, and that was done in all regions across the globe. So, and just to end on some key highlights, some notable figures from the synthesis report. So that we did. So with regards to, so the synthesis report was released in 2023, and how social media played a part on that is that we had just on the bit.ly link for, which is the link that people click on social media to watch the press conference. We had 95,000 clicks just on that link. We had 3 million impressions on Twitter just to read the report. And I think actually for the working group one, we had 10 million impressions. So yeah, that's just some very notable figures there for you. But on that note, I will hand it back over to everybody down in Belém. So that's it from me. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Melissa. You got a round of applause here.
Oh, great. Thank you.
Yes.
Thanks.
And as someone who worked in the communications team of IPCC, I do know how tremendous is the work that we are doing in that area. After all, communicating its science is as important as the science itself. And we turn now to something very practical, which is how to engage with the IPCC, where my colleague Jasmine Baidia, who is the IT and logistics officer, will present some of the information toolbox that we have.
Hello. Hello. So my name is, we decided it was too easy to sit in front of 3 computers, stream, Zoom, and so we decided to add one extra step to do a presentation. So let's see how it goes. So I have 2 topics actually to present. But before I present that, with the raise of hands, I would like to see how many of you have actually been working with IPCC as an author or even submitted a review comments. Can you please raise your hand? Okay, so I have a good audience. This might be useful to you. So let's see. Yeah, so as I said, it's going to be a bit challenging. Sorry about that. The first topic is regarding author nomination. And as Mr. Moxley just pointed out, that's part of the 10 steps, which includes the scoping, approval of the outline, and the nomination of authors. And if you had followed the earlier presentation that went on with the TFI, you would have known that IPCC is currently seeking authors for CDR report and CCUS. I wanted to actually do a hands-on live session, but that would mean I would need 2 extra hands. So we decided to go against that. So that's just, let's go with the snapshots. So first question is who can submit nominations? Because that's a very important question. Now, unfortunately, I don't think any of you are focal points here. So just to break you the bad news, only the focal points of IPCC are able to submit nominations of authors. Now, it's not just the focal points of member countries, but also observer organizations. The second who is my focal point, obviously, because if you want to be an author, you would like to know who is your focal point. Now, that barcode actually gives you a lot of your answers. Now, I know you would not want to scan the barcode. I have all the relevant links at the end of the session. So it's useful, but if you have the ability to scan it, that barcodes give you most of the information on who. Just to make things easier, when you click on that link, that's a representation of the screenshot that gives you an idea. So if you see there on the screen, it says, who is my focal point? You just select the region and you select the country, and it then gives you who is exactly your focal point, including the email address. So who you know now who you need to hunt down if you want to be an author of IPCC. The second question is, now we covered who, how do I submit my nomination? There are a couple of steps. The first step is, again, you scan that barcode to get the nomination form. So if you'd like to be an author of IPCC, that's the barcode you need to scan to download an Excel form. Once you download the Excel form, the second thing that's relevant to you is the CV. You need to prepare a CV, which should not be more than 4 pages and a maximum of 2 megabytes. The next thing is, that's when you can contact the focal point who I showed you earlier, right? So you submit all that information to the focal points. Now, from the past, and especially developing countries, I am from a developing country, I know that the focal point is not always responsive. What do you do in that case? Well, one of the options is, we have 2 bureau members sitting here right in front. You could contact them. They will be able to submit your actually, Diana, we have 3 bureau members sitting with us. So you can submit your nomination through one of the bureau members. The other option is, you can also contact the 200 plus observer organization, which Ermira referred to earlier. And if you're affiliated with them, they can also submit the nomination on your behalf. The third option is, sometimes the focal point may decide to create a proxy account to allow them to submit the nomination on their behalf. So if that's the case, then that's a representation of a form that you need to fill out online. And then the focal point is actually the one who attests and authorizes that to submit you as a author for the next assessment cycle. So that's part 1 of my presentation, which is regarding nomination. The second part involves, okay, I won't get into that. The second part is more relevant to you because this is how the review system works. Now, again, with the raise of hands, I want to see if you have actually done any reviews for any of the past reviews. You have. Okay, so we do have at least one person who has submitted review for an IPCC report. Oh, I do not even count the bureau members, so bureau members don't count. So hopefully this presentation will make it a little bit easier for you and IPCC more accessible to you. We are not behind firewall and protected by all these things that other people say. We are very accessible and anyone can submit a comment for an IPCC report. Coming back to the 10 commandments, which Mr. Moxit presented earlier. Right now, we are at that phase, which is number 5, expert review of the first order draft for special report on cities, which is currently ongoing. We are very soon going to be sending out a review comment request to all the governments and experts for the special report on short-lived climate forces. So as you can see, I'm not a scientist, but that's what SLCF means, and sorry for the acronym. Okay, so once the landing page actually looks something like that for each of the report, and here you can see which are the special reports or which are the IPCC activities that are currently ongoing. And if a particular registration is open, you would see a small register link on the landing page, and that's what you need to click to register to review any of the special reports, or I mean, any of the IPCC reports. Now, coming back to the point I had already raised earlier, who is eligible? Who can submit comments for IPCC first order draft? Actually, it can be anybody. It could be anybody in this room. You can declare yourself as an expert on any science and submit and register on the website. Once you register, you have to fill out a form that looks something like that, where you fill out your personal details, your affiliation, your expertise, and your publications, if you do have any. And then the technical support unit will review your biodata, your CV, if you have submitted it. Then they will approve you. Once you get the approval from the technical support unit, you will receive a personalized email similar to what you see there. So once you have that confirmation, you can go into the IPCC website, log in with your personalized credentials, and then submit review of any of the drafts of the working group reports. An important point here is all of you receive your own personalized credentials. So please, like your email, do not share this, because all the comments that you have submitted is attributed to you. So just treat it like your email address, which I'm sure you do not want to share with other people, right? Okay, so once you have got your credential, the next step is you log into the website, which is also available in your personalized email, and you have to accept a kind of a disclaimer. The most important bit in that disclaimer are two parts. One is that it's confidential. Kindly note that the first order draft, second order draft, and final government draft, all are confidential documents. It should not be distributed, especially to social media. Please do not upload it to social media. And the second part of that disclaimer is may not be cited, quoted, or distributed. The reason for that is it's not the final product, it's just a draft. And if you are quoting that draft and distributing in social media, it's not really the final document, as I'm trying to say. So please do not cite, quote, or distribute that, as it's not a final document. So once you have submitted, once you have logged into the website, you of course download the drafts, you review it. Now, how do you submit your comments? To make it easier for you, there are three ways. The first is offline. IPCC loves Excel, by the way. So all of our things are Excel based. So when I say offline, that's an Excel sheet, which here you see a snapshot of what an Excel sheet looks like, and that's for a special report on cities. And here you can see 5 chapters plus 1 extra line for the entire report. So you fill out the from line, from page, from to line, to page, the category, whether it's a figure, whether it's a substantial comment, whether it's an editorial comment. Then you fill out your comments. You can submit as many comments as you like. There are no limitations on the number of comments you can submit. And that's the offline mode. The second mode is interactive mode. So like any other online-based system, you just go to the website, fill out the online form, and you submit your comments. So that's the online mode. And of course, before I proceed next, if you do decide to submit comments for IPCC first order draft and second order draft, please do make sure to fill out the from line, to page, and from page, because that will actually allows the author to respond to your exact comments, right? Now, one thing I forgot to mention earlier is what happens to, okay, maybe I'll come back to that since I'm diversing. So the third approach, as I was going through, was on the interactive mode. In the interactive mode, we have made it a little bit easier for you, because otherwise you need to open one file and have an Excel sheet on a separate page, then kind of fill it out, which is very difficult. So the interactive mode makes things a little bit easier. So from one of the menu options, you select the review against the draft. Once you do that, a draft opens, a PDF draft opens on the left side. You highlight the text on the PDF page, and then you click on the comments button right at the top. It automatically picks the page, the line, to line, and all those necessary information for you. So it's a lot easier. The only thing you would need to do is pick out the category, whether it's editorial, substance, whether it relates to the figure. And then, of course, you enter your comments and submit it. So that's as easy as it gets for submitting via the interactive mode. There are, however, some limitations. It's a technical limitations. So do be careful when you are before you save it, just to make sure the page and lines are automatically picked up. Now, just to give you some statistics on where we stand, this is on the special report on cities. So to date, we have approximately 4,000 people who have already registered. We are just getting started. We are halfway there, and we have already 4,000 people from 155 countries. Unfortunately, you only see 2,150 comments, and commented only by 144 at the moment. But that's not the end of the story, because we still have a long way to go. The deadline is 12th of December, and like everything else, human beings tend to procrastinate. Most of the comments come in the last 2 days. So the graph is actually going flat. Then the last 3 days, it jumps exponentially, hyper exponentially. So we expect roughly 30, 40, or even 50,000 comments, as was the case with the previous reports. So if you are interested, please do go to the website, register. You still have plenty of time, 12th of December, and do register. And in a few weeks, actually, another report will also have their first draft available on SLCF, I think. That will give you more opportunity to comment on the other special report that IPCC is currently working on. And finally, Ermira has already pointed out, I do not see any focal point, so I could just skip this one. This is mainly for the focal point, so that's not really relevant. Thank you once again. And that's the link that you have for all the...
Thank you very much, Jasmine, for these practical tips. It's really encouraging, I think, to see how applications developed by the Secretariat are opening the doors to participation and making the process more inclusive. And with this, our next and final speaker is my colleague, Muksulisi Shongwe. He is the program officer in charge of science, and he will tell you which are one of the ways for IPCC to support science, or this is through the scholarship program. Muksulisi, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Nina. Hello, everyone. I'll be talking about the scholarship program with many thanks to the Secretary and the Deputy Secretary, who have already set the scene. Second slide, please. So they've already mentioned the Nobel Peace Prize that was given to the IPCC in 2007, and the money that was received, which was about 885,000 Swiss francs. The IPCC leadership decided to establish the scholarship program, and this program was officially launched at COP15 in 2009. Aim of building capacity on the understanding and management of climate change in developing countries by providing opportunities that would otherwise not be available in the absence of the intervention of the fund. And seats and LDCs are usually given priority in the scholarship program. Here, I'm just showing the statement. You see that we have received just over close to 2 million since inception, so that's not a lot. But as I'll be showing in the next slide, we are relying a lot on funding partners that have contributed more than 3 million Swiss francs that are not reflected here. That amount is not reflected here because it doesn't transit the scholarship trust fund. So the funding partners that I'm gratefully acknowledging here is first and foremost the Prince Albert II of Monaco Foundation that has funded scholarship since the first round. So they started funding scholarship from the 2011, and they contribute to each scholarship. They contribute about 30,000 euros over a period of 2 years. Also, special thanks to the Como Foundation that joined 2 years later from 2013 to 2015. Until date, they are still supporting the scholarship program. We also have partnership with we have partnership with the University of Oxford. So we also have partnership with academic institutions that can host the scholars and provide co-funding. For instance, this is an example of partnership that we have with the University of Oxford, where we are co-funding 2 scholars. The IPCC contribution is just over 110,000 sterling pounds, and the last installment will be next year by April, which will be around 30,000 sterling pounds. So how does the application and award process goes? We issue calls for applications once every 2 years. The last time we issued a call was early this year in March, and the Secretariat screens and the applications. This year, for instance, about 500 people registered, and we screened the applications for completeness, and we assign those that are complete and eligible to expert reviewers. Special thanks, actually, one of the expert reviewers who have supported us so much, Deborah Lay, was here earlier, but she left, and I recognize some of the expert reviewers who have supported us in this process, which are mainly the former lead authors, review editors, and as well as bureau members. So once they've reviewed the application, we submit them to the science board, which comprise the chair of IPCC and the 3 vice chairs that draw a short list that we submit to the funding partners who make the final selection. Here I'm showing just the statistics showing the numbers of scholarships. 114 scholarships have been awarded since inception, and just the 2021 2023 round stands out. 33 scholarships were awarded. That's special thanks to the Board of Trustees that was active at the time and the leadership, because some of the funds that we received were given to the scholarship. So since then, since 2021, we have been giving a higher number of scholarships. And in 2023, 2025, we gave about 26 scholarships. This is the regional distributions of the scholarships that have been given up to now, according to the region. And what you see here is that Africa has gotten a higher share, and I'll show one of the reasons why in the next slides. So, and in the 2021-2023 cycle, Africa got even higher because they received about 24 scholarships were given to Africans out of the 33 that I mentioned earlier. This is the reason, in anticipation of questions, why is Africa benefiting? We always get even more applications from Africa. I certainly don't have an answer to the question why, because maybe there's more awareness in Africa. The other regions submit lesser. So this is from the 5th round of awards. There was 70% of the applications were from Africa. Going to the next round, which was the 6th round, 62% of the applications were from Africa. The next round, 71% of the applications from Africa. You see that the rest of the regions submit very few, relatively few applications. And this is the last round that we are in. This year, in 2025, more than 56% of the applications came from Africa. And when you look at the countries, even within Africa, there are countries that submit more applications than other countries. And it's not too surprising that these are the countries that have benefited even the most in the scholarship program. This is my last slide. What is our vision and what are possible future steps? We want to broaden the scholarship to support other needs. For instance, there has been a decision by the panel to support chapter scientists from developing countries through the scholarship program. We want to establish more partnerships with the academic institutions. I mentioned the University of Oxford partnership. or also want to integrate the beneficiaries into the IPCC process, like what has been done today, just to let you know how you can get involved so that we track the beneficiaries and we bring them into the process. And all this is contingent on availability of resources. So we'll try our level best to mobilize, to fundraise, to get more resources to support all these initiatives. Thank you very much. I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Moksulisi. What a great reminder that supporting young scientists is actually investing in the future of climate science. And with this, we have heard from all our speakers. Thank you all. And we have now heard how the IPCC communications work, our mandate, the engagement tools that we have, the scholarship program, they all make our work more inclusive and more impactful. And we would like now to open the floor for questions to you who are here and also to those who are watching us live. Please send your questions to ipcc-media@wmo.int. I repeat, at ipcc-media@wmo.int. So the floor is yours.
Hello. Hello? Hello? Okay, hi. Okay. Oh, hi. Hi everyone. I am currently working on my PhD in chemistry in the United States. And something that I have experienced right now is that there's a lot of differences in like the resources that are available when someone is conducting research, which changes the quality and like the accessibility of data that's available. So I was wondering if the IPCC had a methodology to kind of identify the biases that are found in between like global north versus global south, or if the funding source being a governmental institution with like a certain political agenda affects the way that the science that's being incorporated into the IPCC is also affected.
Thank you. Mr. Motse, maybe you would like to add some.
Thank you very much for this question, but let me start by highlighting that it's after each cycle. We have at the end of the cycle, for example, end of the sixth cycle, we paid attention to some lesson learned and exactly how we can have exactly good representation, not only for gender and so region, but also for science. And then when with the new chair, James Key, he came with a sort of vision. And in this vision, what you are requesting is one axis for this about diversity, policy relevance, and also inclusivity. And I think even it is scheduled a sort of a co-located workshop in near future to deal with all the information. Now, I think also we are paying attention to this. And not only this, something which is connected is also to access to literature for a developing country. Let me highlight in this cycle, we improved a lot, the possibility to access to any literature for developing country, because we understand that offering this possibility, this will increase, the relevance and also the regional representation. The last thing I can share with you also, we are paying attention how we can incorporate not only science from those regions, but even to include the local knowledge and to involve indigenous people in this process. So I think this is something we detected, it is identified, and we are taking action to improve it as we did from sixth cycle to seventh cycle. I hope this is helpful.
Hi, my name is Lillian. I am a research associate from Arizona State University, and I have 3 questions. Number 1 is on the last point of engaging universities. I would like to know if this is a free call. For instance, for Oxford, how did you link up with Oxford? Because we have a really big lab, the Global Futures Lab at Arizona State University, and we do action research and policy-facing research. We would love to connect. The other question I had is the IPCC scholarship. I saw the call earlier this year, but I was wondering what's the scope of the scholars' work? Is it more the hard sciences, so experimental work, satellites, and all of that? Or do you also extend to governance and policy related topics? The last question is, when is the next call? Is it late next year or early 2028?
Do you want to start maybe with the reason?
I'll try to respond to the first question, and then I see the rest is more on the scholarship domain. With regards to the contributions of the university that you mentioned, so the research community is always welcome to be part. And if you would recall the presentation we made, we mentioned that there are steps in the process, and part of the steps is to and the ways to involve. One of those, the first pillar of the last slide, refers to the engagement through publications. So everybody is free, you know, to publish, but and that has to also do with your question. They have to be peer-reviewed research papers. Every research paper that is peer-reviewed matters to the IPCC work, but it is making an impact when it is put in the context of the scope of the approved outline of the reports. So that is something that also needs to be kept in mind. And well, I mean, the sooner the publications are made and peer-reviewed, the better, so that there are chances to be involved. Another way is through the chapter scientists. This is a stream that IPCC has recently put a very, I think, a lot of attention to, with ways of providing support, in particular those from developing countries. That includes the scientists. Some of them might also come from the domain of those who got the scholarship program. So that's a channel to engage with, or start an entry point with IPCC. In one cycle, and maybe in another cycle, it may help them make it to an author, a lead author. And being a reviewer is something that you don't have to go this way. So there are ways of engaging, and basically I'm just summarizing what we have presented so far. I hope that clarifies.
Thank you.
When it comes to institutions engagement, that might have to do with a work stream of engaging with, I mean, we engage with stakeholders. If they meet the criteria, they can, and they have a non-profit and legal entities, they can apply for accreditation. As of today, accreditation is open, but with the increasing number with the observer organizations, IPCC may have to consider, a process of maybe regularizing that. But as of today, it's open as long as you meet the criteria, which are available in our website.
Thank you very much for those questions. I think they are very good questions. The one question was, how did we engage the University of Oxford? We did a survey with the previous experts, where lead authors, coordinating lead authors. We requested them to suggest potential partner institutions, and Oxford was one of the institutions that was suggested. And then we wrote to those institutions that were suggested, asking them if they would want to partner with the IPCC and how much they can contribute in terms of co-funding. And that's how Oxford responded. I think 3 institutions responded. And then the structure that is relevant for taking decisions selected Oxford. But I think this was because they were the first ones to respond anyway. That's how they were. But dependent on the availability of resources, we want to broaden this to bring other potential partner academic institutions on board, because this was suggested by the panel. As for the topics, whenever we issue a call, we mention the topics that will be prioritized. But interestingly, when the selection takes place, it's not actually those topics. So because it's broad, any topic that is climate change related is considered. We don't disqualify people just because the topic is not listed in the topics that are in the call. We can disqualify people just because they are not eligible. They are from a country that is not eligible, but not because of the topic. Any topic that is climate change related, we submit the application to the reviewers. If the reviewer give them a high score, that person is likely to be taken, considered for selection. Next call, it's a difficult one, but if we go according to the typical 2-year cycling rounds, then it means since we had the last call early in March, we are likely to have another call in 2020, early in 2027, but there are some other role players that we need to consult before we arrive at that decision. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, everyone. And a big thank you to our speakers as well. We do hope that this session has provided you with a clearer picture of the IPCC and empowered you with some information on how to participate in our work. And we will now continue with Port Ouvert, which is open doors where you can stay and talk to our speakers and meet my colleagues. Thank you once again. Have a great evening and goodbye to all those online.